Okay, okay. It is working everywhere. Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? We're back for another stream on Genshin. I know I said I was gonna do a stream this weekend, this Friday, on a Fire Emblem game, but I was way too lazy. I didn't even stream. That's how lazy I was. I went to my mom's house on Friday and stayed there until a little bit too late to prep anything. So I'm gonna try to do better this week and stop being such a lazy bastard. But anyway, we're back today for Genshin. I don't know how long I have still for the Archon quest. I've been trying kind of to rush the end of the Archon quest because I have a lot of fun with it. But at the same time, I also kind of want to be able to finish it. I know the Archon quest can take a little bit of time, especially when you're actually listening to the story. Don't skip the lore. It's up there I need to be, right? Yeah, kind of up there.
Return to the skies.
God damn it. There you go. Just need a little bit more stem. I think I have enough for this. Yep.
Return to the skies.
And there you go. Now I'm up there. So, if I remember properly... Oh, I just noticed something in the box.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see.
What is going on? Why is our name in the newspaper? I don't think it's a good news.
The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh.
Hello! How are you doing?
Of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That still seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Okay, so this was just a stop to... Wait a minute, I forgot to take this. There you go. No, I still don't know what those does. Radiant Sprint, not Spring. Spin Crystal 100. Still don't know what it does, but anyway. I think it's supposed to be some sort of music tracks or something.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Oh god, I forgot something. Forgot to brush my beard again.
Hey, quick! Look! That's...
I'm gonna go get my brush. There you go. I'm doing great. Doing great.
That's the
There you
limited
go.
edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Only 16. Oh, yeah, right.
the tense situation we were in. Let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
Supposed to be Farina's favorite cake as well, if I remember.
One slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Hey boy.
Every
Eating
day?
cake every day is not good for
It's
you.
part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Well, it always depends, I guess, on the quantity of
And what if
cake
someone
you're
told you
eating, but
one day
still.
that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat
What is
cake
it?
here anymore? What would you think?
But why would
Eh.
it close?
Well,
If you really want my opinion on it, I love meat.
maybe the waters will rise tomorrow.
I,
You know, like in the
if-
prophecy.
for me, like the best dessert would be a plate of meat. I know it's stupid because meat is supposed to be like your like the main dishes. But if I have the choice on eating cake or any like the type of like super sugary dessert or the dessert or anything, I will always go for the meat instead. I just love meat that much. I do remember at some point I was like, if only there could be like a dessert based of meat, like a meat pie or stuff like that. But technically, it does already exist.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest,
But
I haven't
probably
paid
in a-
much
in a
attention
different
to
name
that.
than meat
No,
pie.
Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
Oh yeah.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Yeah, no, it's actually a thing. The meat pie is already a thing, but
Huh.
like I said, I grew up in French, so in French it has a different name. It's not meat pie.
These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin
Like,
said
I'm
that
gonna
this
Google
kind
it
of
just to
expression you're
make
making is what
sure of
humans
what I'm gonna be
call
saying
being
next.
sad.
But I think I
Oh,
already
you know
know
I sure do.
meat.
She was born before me, and she
Oh, yeah.
sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Yeah, like okay.
She said that humans
So,
are
in
creatures that are
French-
saddened easily. Yes.
In
and we can
French,
only laugh at
meat
spirits
pie
by
is actually
feeding them
a
delicious
tourtière.
food. So please try
Une
the cakes
tourtière.
here.
This is how we call meat pie in French. So for me, I never learned really that meat pie and the tourtière was the same thing. So I was like, if only there could be like a pie made of meat or something like that. But anyway. I have a friend that have a very sweet tooth. My father kind of also have a sweet tooth. I'm more of a salted tooth. I love salt more than sweet.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will be delicious.
Yeah, well, that's salty sweet. It's not just salty stuff. What I was referencing is literally just
More
salty stuff.
delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Now we're eating food. We went to the newspaper. What else is gonna be the next stop?
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Okay, so apparently Charlotte is the next stop. Wait, my quest is not even quest then? Oh wait, what? Hmm. Ugh. God dang it. I have a freaking like day-to-day. I'm not a bit. My favorite type of chocolate is the dark chocolate. You already know that, Vincent. I love dark chocolate. It's the less sweet. It's the lesser sweet one. Throw a shooter. Yeah, there you go. Oh, actually, I'm gonna get this and that. And this, that, this, then, boom, bam. Bam, bam, boom. Everything is done. And what do I get? This and this. There you go. Done. Yeah. You can stop talking to me now. There you go. Ah. So now can I go back to my quest? Masquerade of the Guilty. There you go.
Where I'm from, if we didn't keep moving, we'd freeze to
Yeah,
death.
I like it with the mixed fruits. I mean, mixed with fruit, but I can handle.
Oh, if it isn't the
Yeah, I hate white chocolate. It's the sweetest one in all of it. It's really not my thing.
You just used us to make some quick Mora.
I'm very much like the only type of chocolate I eat is dark. 75. I think the highest I can go with absolutely nothing on it is probably around 85%. After that, I will need to like have at least like something to add the taste in. I did try at some point the 100% dark chocolate. It's not necessarily like the taste is that bad. It's just that it's such a weird feeling in your mouth. It's not enjoyable to eat when it's 100% dark chocolate. It gets sticky very quickly. It got stuck everywhere in my mouth when I ate one. But anyway,
Oh, you needn't worry about that.
one of my
I heard
favorite
that you were in
actually
Versailles
dark
sometime
chocolate
back, so I
was
sent you a
the
letter
one
to discuss
with
just
the
that. It appears you didn't receive
spice
it,
in
though.
it.
It's all right though. I've
I
set aside
don't
the amount
remember
intended for you.
exactly what
Even
was.
set the table with some
I think it was
food.
like jalapeno or chili pepper, something like that. But it had a strong pepper in it. It was very good.
Really? Oh, you're the best.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
And I think interesting
Are we
work.
even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
Alright, she's gone.
And what's
No,
that?
no, she's still there.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow.
What do you mean it's a sign for you
If you're seriously
to...
asking, then I might
She's
find
just
a
part of
better
the
way to
Arcade
leave
quest.
Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
It's good that she loves her job, at least.
That's so nice.
It's important that people
All
love
of a
their
sudden,
job.
Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
And I also do love my job very much.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes,
If it
that's
wasn't
rare.
Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
I can choose, huh? I'd go back to space! It's just like Charlotte says, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
The banter goes back and forth between two of you, and I didn't realize. As nightfall, you return to your accommodation and ends a busy day. This day was not that busy. The next few days are just calm. Charlotte come to find you and conduct the interview in the Spina di Risola safe house at the Fleur Saint-Play. Now you have having finished her business in Poisson, even dropped by afoot to take a photo with the two of you as all goes well. Oh, Poisson!
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
But I like salty.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Did something
Yes,
happen?
inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
Hmm?
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Nervillet said
Actually, quite a lot.
Situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
She is not a fighter.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Let's go to Poisson.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Look like it is, and those that didn't even know that had an effect on you.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Let's go to Poisson. But first, I just realized that I almost didn't spend my energy. I don't want to miss today's what is it? Daily quest. So I need to find which artifact I'm gonna farm. I think I started to farm artifact for someone else. Don't remember for who exactly though. Oh no, last time I started to farm for money. Because I'm gonna need a lot of money. Specifically if I want to finally get our stuff actually upgraded.
I wonder if the rest of the Harbingers are...
I think I'm gonna go and farm a little bit for... Is this... Yes, this is Noblesse Oblige. It's just said that the other one next to it is kind of useless, so I'm gonna try to find something else to farm. I have a couple of characters that I need to get stuff for. But I think I'm gonna farm for her stuff first. Let's see, what kind of artifact do they tell me I should go for? She wants this one. Energy recharge, increase elemental burst damage by 25, or energy recharge. Maximum of 75 bonus damage can be obtained this way. Nice, actually this is a very good set. So yeah, I'm gonna go for this one. Where is it?
Scheming on an ever grander scale.
This is that, which is one of the two sets that is recommended, but not the one I'm looking for. This one, not this one. Though Viridiant is gonna be useful for someone at some point. Maybe this one. Nope. I really don't remember where it is. Sure, it's an early game one though. Wait a minute. Actually, I think I might know where it is. Nope. I think it might be here. There you go. Boom. Gonna be quick, probably like 2 to 3 minutes. Boom. All right. Ugh. There you go. I'll get rid of this guy first.
Let's move! Come on! Justice will prevail! Final warning! Boost! Kapow!
God damn it, I cannot get rid of this shield like this.
Wrath from the sky! Headbutt!
There you go.
Arrow incoming!
Boom. Boom. So I'm gonna need another team for this instead. This one is not gonna be adapted. I realize they're gonna be Electro Slime in here. Which team could be useful in there then? Don't think Hydro or Cryo is gonna be useful. I don't think this team is gonna be that useful either. Well, I'm gonna bring this one. Why not?
Strike a pose! Let the world come at ya! Come on, Navia, focus! Fire!
There you go.
Feeling lucky! Get nice and spicy! Ah, feeling lucky! And fun! A proper send-out!
Go.
From Messina with love! Let my name echo in song! Let it rip! You're toast! Feeling lucky! Feeling lucky!
There you go. Boom. Barely slower than last time. Okay, I guess it's gonna be Tartar's team then. Guess it's gonna have to be Tartar's team. Don't really have that much of a choice. I want speed. Droop. There you go.
Show no mercy! You two! Adaptive frost!
Shouldn't let your guard down.
There you go.
I never saw those out!
There you go. Boom. In 25 seconds. That's good. That's fine. There you go. And let's do it one more time.
Lolling! Eats Papa! Off to the freezer! Pinnacle of excellence!
Brace yourself.
Boom.
Merciless!
And there you go. Boom. 1 second. That's even better. That is HP. It does have good damage, but the rest of the substats are kind of bad. Anyway, now that the farming is done, let's go back to where I was. Let's go to Poisson.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
She finished talking? Let's go.
That's Farina, right over there.
Shh.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchal Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
You're devastated.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
That little brat.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What?
Yeah, well, I use my resident
What
for
is
the
this place?
day-to-day things, yes.
We're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
The stream was not about spending my resin, it was more mostly about doing the Archon quest.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I
totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Me and talk amongst yourselves for now slowly calm down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
You still haven't given up yet.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take
God
any
damn
of
it.
what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial
I guess
prophecy?
she using this facade that she puts as a way to keep herself motivated to try and find a way to save everybody.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Share with me!
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Pretty much, yes. The Traveler actually never did anything. He does help people, but he's never like the big reason why the problem is ever solved. He's not. He just like giving confidence to people, not to people to actually save themselves. I think. Don't remember. I think I heard that somewhere. Wait, what? When did we get here? Oh, that is sad.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We are so close to getting here to tell her the truth, to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. Yeah, because of your goddamn plan. Well, he's probably not the only one that thought of this plan, but it still was a stupid plan. Yeah, as long as we can defeat Trina in court, we still have a chance to figure out everything. Yeah, but...
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins.
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Arenias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Well, you just didn't have the time.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done.
I don't think they are
So there's no reason
their
to
action are
disappoint the
necessarily like
audience.
wrong or anything.
Let's see this trial
It's
through
just-
to the very end.
It's just that I'm a little bit sad about the fact that she was almost gonna reveal everything on her own. She was almost there. It's just the only thing that I think, because let's be honest, if the information that she has as a way to actually gave us a hope of saving everybody, it's kind of necessary to find a way to make her talk. I don't have any problem with that. We need the information that she is keeping to herself. It's just that I'm a little bit like, come on. She was almost there. She was about to say it. And now we are putting we're acting like as if she wasn't at like this close to the saying everything. We're all acting as if it wasn't gonna happen. So if they don't apologize to her after, then I'm gonna be disgusted by their behavior. If they don't apologize ever to the Archon about this, I'm gonna be disgusted about it. But I can also understand why they did it. I can understand it. After all, it has become a matter of life or death for the people of Fontaine. Said I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation. What did Frina wanted to say to me right before we arrived on that stage? She was about to reveal her secrets.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, Leb Hymansi. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Let's see what this says at the verdict. Okay, so it's mostly what we say about Farina during the trial that you find disgusting. Well, I'm gonna see about it, I guess. But this is also like something that I don't like people that I know, like even in real life, it's something that is done a lot. The one that is in the front line is always the one that gets bashed by for everything. It's like they said actually a little bit earlier. The people are gonna turn to the Archon for support and stuff, but if something goes wrong, they also are gonna be the first. She's also gonna be the first to like get the blame for everything. It's not like it's her fault specifically that the one in Poisson died. She like she said before, she's spent hundreds of years trying to find a solution to the prophecy. Yeah, she doesn't want to talk about it because she feel like it's her duty alone to try and fix this, which is kind of understandable. It is a prophecy that concerns what she did or what the previous Archon did. So it is like the duty of the Archon to try and fix it. But she is also like facing the divine retribution from I don't remember the name of the place, but she is facing like a divine retribution. Yeah, anyway. Which is not generally when it's something divine, it is not easy to counter. When something is called a divine retribution, it's not easy to counter.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, alright?
Okay. Yeah, I guess.
I think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
That I don't know if it's gonna be like good for anything.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervylette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this.
Yeah,
Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait,
what?
What was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
What?
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? What do we know about to be special about Farina exactly? I don't know. Ah, this.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neuvillette sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina.
I'm pretty sure she's actually the Archon.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite for Una. He has no control over the Oratrice at all.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses.
Well, she's not wrong about that.
She has no power over the Oratrice.
She's not wrong about the fact that technically, even gods can make mistake. Even God can make mistake. It's not something that has never been explored before. Gods aren't perfect. Just look at the I think it's the Greek pantheon or something like that. Some of them went to war against each other. Yeah, the Shogun's puppet. Exactly, the Shogun's puppet wasn't perfect either. Wonder is the perfect proof, actually about that. Wonder is actually the perfect proof of that. It was a flawed creation from a god. It was also why the show, Raiden actually, not forgot, but just ignored the Wanderers for so long. Because it was a flawed project that, a flawed puppet before she actually made the Raiden Shogun. Yeah, exactly. And the Akasha, yeah, exactly. The Akasha and Sumeru. Even Venti has made some error in the past, which is one of the reasons why we had to deal with the Holy Liar. But I wasn't talking about the Holy Liar. I was talking mostly about what happened before. What was her name? Oh, I don't remember the name of the girl, of that woman. But she was one of the Harbinger. She did blame Venti for letting her husband die, if I remember properly. And it wasn't like necessary. Yeah, it was it Rosaria. I think Rosaria is one of the payroll character though. I think. No, it wasn't Rosaline. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Rosaline. It was. Oh, god damn it. I'm gonna go Google the Harbinger. Genshin Harbinger. Let's see. Remember. It was Signora. Yeah, but I remember her more about for Signora. I didn't know she was actually called Rosaria before. But yeah, Rosaria or Signora did said that it was because of Venti that her husband died or something like that. Okay, this is mostly like she wanted Venti to help the nation, which he didn't do because he wanted his nation to be held by the principle of freedom. So everything needed to be done by the people. If the people cannot help themselves, he didn't want to butt in just to fix everything, because it would mean that they still rely too much and are bound by the Archon himself. But its principle was kind of flawed in a way. And same for Zhongli, did some mistake as well. But yeah, the gods are not perfect. Definitely not. The gods aren't supposed to be perfect either. She's still throwing all kinds of things. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the other trees.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If you can prove that she isn't the Archon, you can still try to prove that she is just a human. And if she's on... That still doesn't hold any ground! Because of one thing! We don't know at this point, but there is technically a human Archon somewhere. There is still the Power Archon that is just a regular human. With the power of the Archon. Being human doesn't mean you cannot be the Archon. It's like Venti. Venti, before becoming an Archon, he was actually just a wind spirit. We learned that story before. He became the Archon after the war. But before he was just a wind spirit. He wasn't an Archon of anything. And it's the same. Well, the Raiden Shogun had for Raiden May. Raiden May. I don't remember. But for Raiden, I don't know exactly what was the circumstances of her actually birth or anything. But she wasn't supposed to be the Archon before her sister died. She then became the Archon. Zhongli is also like he's way too old to actually for us to actually know how he became the Archon. But I'm pretty sure he became the Archon after the war. Or something. But yeah, it's not like it's impossible for a regular human to become the Archon. We're gonna get a proof of that when we get to Natlan. That a regular human can be the Archon. You mean for the one from Natlan? She was born? Huh, didn't know that. Okay. Oh, Raiden Hay. She was born an Archon but lost her power after her sister truly became the Archon. But her sister used her divine authority to rebuild her body in order to make her once again her body double. Which somehow fooled Celestia. Raiden Hay and Makoto. I thought that Makoto was the one that was supposed to have been born the Archon. I thought Raiden Hay was just the sister before her sister died. What event can prove that Furina is just a human? I guess this one?
That doesn't sound
No. No. She believed the prophecy was something happened, but that she needn't give up all hope. No, this has nothing to do with her. This has nothing to do with her. This is also not. I don't know which one I'm supposed to use here. I really don't. You have this one? I'm gonna try this. Nope. Maybe this.
That doesn't sound.
Wait, so this?
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really
What
will
happened?
be the last time that I'll speak up.
What did she say?
It has been established.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
I'm pretty sure she's not going to be affected by the water.
That after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
No, of course she's gonna dare. She's the actual Archon.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
The only reason why she's not gonna touch it is because right now she's having a panic attack.
Refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
Can mean a lot of things!
Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
I knew she was gonna do it. The only reason why she's panicking right now is because she knows that this is the water that killed everyone in Poisson.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegeween, If you are present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
She was ventilating before touching the water. She was stressed by the fact that this water killed so many people. It's not because she's human. It just means that she's... It's PTSD at this point.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of
So now our PTSD is literally acting as a way to prove her wrong. Which I find so stupid.
Great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
Okay, now I'm getting pissed. I'm pissed because is there anyone else that was just close to that water that started to display the symptom before touching that kind of water? I don't think it was the case for Fremine. Fremine started to have the symptom after touching the water, not before. And every single case we learn is that they started to have the symptoms after touching water, not before. So the fact that she was hyperventilating and flushed skin, it just means that she was having a PTSD attack. She was having a panic attack because, like I said, she is the Archon. And since the prophecy is actually saying that she's gonna be alone, and she has spent hundreds of years trying to find a solution to it, and that right now it's getting out of hand for her, and people are actually starting to dissolve into water for real, means that she knew that the water, since she knew that it was real primordial water, they did actually, at least they told her that if she was gonna touch it, she was gonna dissolve. She was just panicking because she knew that this was the same water that did the ravage in Poisson. Yeah, exactly. No one else in the room has flesh skin, not even Navia that brought the water. She is the one who brought the water and she doesn't have flesh skin or anything. How did she get the water in the first place? You're gonna tell me that she managed, without having a single drop of it on her skin, take a recipient and fill it with that much water from the primordial sea, and not have a single reaction to it. It's just panic attack.
I can't believe you.
But what's really going on? Furina can't have known the consequence of touching that water as a human. Yeah, now he's thinking clearly. It's too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than save up her own life. No, now you're just thinking like an idiot. You're just thinking like an idiot. She didn't want to fight Chlorine because she wanted to keep her alive. She may not have the strength of an actual Archon. It doesn't mean that she's not an Archon.
Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks.
After all,
what happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
Exactly! It didn't prove anything. Another point. We have actually seen Archon not having the strength to defend themselves properly. We've seen Venti getting his ass kicked by Signora. He wasn't strong enough to defend himself from La Signora. And it wasn't like Venti didn't want to protect his Gnosis. He wanted to keep his Gnosis. She took it by force. There is human in Teyvat that are stronger than Archons. And the strength of an Archon varies vastly from Archons to Archons.
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
She wasn't affected by it.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Yeah, now everyone's just being an idiot.
Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Now we're just proving the prophecy is real. She did end up alone.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. Just too stacked against her.
Yep. We just accelerated the prophecy. It did happen in another way instead. She did end up alone, no one else to believe in her. No strength at all.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Oh, I'm pretty sure you lied.
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first
She
place.
was!
But now, the Oratrice seems to have...
But what good is an Archon if nobody believes in her?
What does this mean?
That is the problem. What good is a god if no one is willing to believe in it?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some help from the Fatui Fermine bring us late.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Oh, poor Furina.
So what do you see? What is it?
She might be a brat, but she didn't deserve this. Imperial Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanian into a human being.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
She is! Shut up, Paima!
When you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the content of the slate and the event in real life.
Let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paima will do her best to help you remember.
There you go. Related to prophecy of the slate.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Yep.
Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids?
Yep.
Paima wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Does the
stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But this must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea.
So now we're gonna say that Navia is the Archon? God damn, they're idiots. If they do that, goddamn, they are idiots. Oh no, I think they're gonna say the child then is doing this. I don't know, but it's getting so stupid. And yeah, this is literally what we just saw. This is the exact throne she was sitting on.
We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Irrelevant related to the prophecy on the slate. It turns out that protein can be dissolved by water from primordial seed. Okay, what? It seems to show that they are done using the power to turn into. It turns out that protein can be dissolved by water from the primordial seed. Let's see. If so, the Celestia and the other account of the first team still brought just the.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
This here is that.
That doesn't sound quite right.
What are you talking about? What do you mean it's not? It doesn't sound right. It shows the scene as many and go to describe the first sea. Ugh. Yeah, I think they are gonna say that Navia is the Archon. They are gonna say Navia is the Archon just because of some dumb shit.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
The stone slate is the ruin show. Let's see. If shows are still floating in the skies and the other Archon and the people worshiping it, but the heavens still brought judgment down. Nope. Ah, yeah, this. Nope.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
And that means that this is verified by that. What are you talking about? Yes?
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into
makes
society.
sense.
But not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Yeah.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness. and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come to light.
Yep, and we are gonna punish the real Archon for the crime that she did not do because she is gonna be sentenced to death because we said that she was the false Archon. And all of that because we are someone from the sky. We are not from this world. Kind of like Celestia, which is in the sky. It's all that stupid. We are kind of judging her down because of something she didn't do. This time around, though. Kind of curious how they actually played it out.
You can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
She is the Archon. Fontanians are not real human.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters.
Not necessarily, because
will remain weeping on her throne.
I still think the third comes before the fourth. Because as you can see here, it's flooded. It's flooded. Everyone is gonna get flooded, which is why the content of the third one looks like that. Fontaine is gonna be flooded, and once everyone has turned into Oceanid, she's gonna be the only one left. This is why this is like this. It is to announce the flood. When there's gonna be no lands for the Fontanians to stick around, then the prophecy is gonna be fulfilled by leaving her alone on her throne.
Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth. I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
It's too late to not to pretend like that.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating...
Too late for that!
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is
exactly what
of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
But we are too dumb to know that.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
It already is! Look at her! Look at how she is! It is the exact picture of what is in the slate!
Primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the Primordial Sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
So we are not even gonna take into consideration that they are all the cause for what is happening to the actual Hydra. They are not gonna apologize to her. I already sense it. They are not gonna apologize to her. Not at all. They're all just a bunch of jackass. All of them. I hope at some point they are gonna release like an update to Tarta that is gonna allow us to use that form. I really hope that at some point they release an update to Tarta that allow us to use that form. Once we get to Shnesnaya, it would be so nice. Or just like a new form of Tarta, a new Tarta. He is my favorite characters in all of Genshin, to be honest. So I just want Tarta to have to be able to play that form. I want an Electro Tarta.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
Wait,
In that case,
it was
we'll
all
come back to help
Tarta
the people
doing.
again, once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Are you serious about that? You're gonna...
Prophecy. Yes. What has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners, where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Need a miss something? Yeah. Wait, I forgot about Farina! What was it that she wanted to say to me at that last moment? A giant bag. Go apologize if you want to. The secret. Go freaking apologize!
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
Apologize!
Still need answers.
You...
Farina?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
You're still just thinking about that. You could just also start by apologizing. If they don't give me the possibility to just apologize, I'm gonna be mad. I want to apologize. She has done nothing wrong. But yeah, now I have a little bit of time to actually look at what you've been because I was reading as while everything was happening, but I was also mostly focused on what was going on. I don't care for her life at all. This is my favorite scene, though. Furina is still regarded as a god by the most of the fandom and other cons. Personally, she was perfectly a god regardless of her status and the true Hydro Archon. Boo boo, tomato, tomato, dread travel. I don't necessarily think that the Traveler is in the wrong here. He was doing everything that was in his ability, capability to try and save everyone. He just didn't know that that what he was doing was in the wrong. Though,
You know,
I would
there
say
are better ways to seek out our enemies than, well, standing here.
this is the part. If he doesn't apologize here, then I'm gonna be mad because of the fact that he didn't apologize. If I don't have an option to apologize. Because she definitely does need an apology. And like we just learned previously, even though she is the Archon, she was still one of the what's called she was still one of the Oceanid before becoming an Archon. That means that technically the Primordial Sea would have dissolved her no matter whether she was an Archon or not. Just please don't spoil it. I want to get mad when I'm gonna get mad. But yes, if she was gonna be dissolved no matter what, even though she was the Archon, she would have been dissolved. Because it still works the same.
Literally.
Doesn't matter. She was an Oceanid. She became the Hydro Archon after that. Yeah, yeah, anyway. Yeah, Egeria was the only one that wouldn't have been dissolved because she came from Celestia. She was, well, not that she came necessarily from Celestia, but she was the Archon that made everyone turn into human. It's the same case as Venti. Venti was not a human. He's not human. He is a wind spirit. Well, he became the Hydro Archon, the wind, the animal Archon after. Afterwards, but he was normally just a wind spirit, and the Oceanid, that is Furina, became the
This place
or Forcelor at this point, became the Archon after being turned into human when she was but originally she was still an Oceanid. Technically, Venti can still take his form of wind spirit because he chose that experience to be a reminder of his old friend, but still. Doesn't change anything.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
Don't look at me, don't look at me.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Yeah, to find a boy. Oh, you're such a dumbass. She is what she is.
No time to lose.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Ugh. There you go.
Bring it on.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Yeah, she is still the force. She is. She may not have the power of the Archon, but she is still a version of the Archon. It is exactly. Well, wait a minute. She is exactly. Except for the. With one little difference. The Raiden Shogun. She played the exact same role as the Raiden Shogun without the power of an actual Archon. She is somewhat a puppet of the Force lore. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that our true voice? I think it. When did that get up here? End up here? Either way, it looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Before a mirror, Farina. Oh, I cannot run here. Well, oh yeah, kinda. Not think about it. Yeah, Makoto did give the power of the Archon back to Raiden, to Hei.
Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
Well, I wouldn't say the same as Hei in comparison to Makoto.
You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Ascension speech for Rena. Once again, I cannot run. If you say this, probably I didn't pay attention too much to the chat, and I don't think I'm gonna pay attention for this couple of scenes. I want to see the end of this. But yeah.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
She did add 500 years to completely finalize our play as being
Please send them to the Maison
or hacked.
The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy.
So she has to act like, not in the sense of a bit more of her hack. She needed to act so assertive all the time, because if she didn't, or actually the people of Fontaine was even more against having someone that is not 100% sure of what they are saying. Because we do see that not every single Archons are 100% sure of their decision. Venti is not like... he was sure that he wanted his people to follow their own path and be free, but he wasn't necessarily sure what was the best option when it comes to what he needed to do to help them. Raiden Hayden in the end wasn't sure that the idea of eternity that she had in mind initially was good, even though she did spend a long time with this. But she did fight for like 1,000 years, her own the Shogun itself, and I'm pretty sure Mavuika is not necessarily like she isn't as confident as other Archon. Zhongli, I don't remember exactly how he was, to be honest. It's been so long since I did the story of Li Wei.
Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Zhongli faked his desire?
My people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule.
Zhongli wasn't as deadly way scared for the... Oh, yeah. What? F? Yeah, he faked his... But yeah, Li Wei didn't really necessarily needed an Archon anymore. Li Wei didn't necessarily need an Archon anymore. He wasn't as powerful in terms of a presence as that, because he was basically replaced by I don't remember her name, but yeah, he wasn't that present either in the power dynamic of Li Wei. He was also getting very old as an Archon, to be honest. Yeah, they still believe and cared for their gods, but it's not like he was the one who had to do everything. It's the same for... It was the same for Vanity, to be honest. The people of Mondstadt still cared for their god, even though they don't know who he is. Because... let's just say Venti is a very big part of Mondstadt. He is very present as the bard, but nobody knows, except for a few, that he is the actual Archon. But yeah, he did fake his death. But it was mostly because he knew that he couldn't be the Archon for long, I think. It's also why he was willing to give his gnosis to the Harbinger. He didn't want to be the Archon anymore. And for Nahida, that was another one that I did recently. Nahida, she was actually not being deceived, but she was actually being denied by her people. She was kept in a sort of jail by her own people because they didn't see her as being as good as the previous one. Mostly because she was a child. They are all acting in defiance to Celestia. What do you mean by that? By giving up their gnosis? Is that what you mean? Because Venti wasn't willing to give up his gnosis. Well, Venti is not acting as an Archon. He's actually... I would actually say he's acting as what he's supposed to represent. He is the god of freedom. Yeah, Zhongli stepped down as an Archon. Makoto was... not Makoto, but... Yae Miko was the one who kept the Gnosis for so long. Instead of Raiden Hei. And Raiden Hei actually let our puppet rule our nation. We already know what the Idol Archon did. For Mavuika, I don't think she was an Archon for long enough to actually be in defiance to... the will... Yeah, kinda. But... And also, I don't think Nahida did anything against the will of Celestia. I think for Nahida, it mostly... Yeah, they already... Yeah. I'm not sure what happened to Natlan. I don't know why it's... what is going on too much in Natlan. I did explore it, but I didn't do any quests or anything. So, yeah, but she did it to save everybody. She was forced to do it because she needed to fight the hidden... the forbidden knowledge. She did that out of the duty of finding the forbidden knowledge. If she didn't do it, the entirety of Teyvat would be dead. There would be no Teyvat.
Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest. I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity.
That I don't know. I still don't have any knowledge of what the Tsaritsai really wants to do with all those noses.
Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
But it is definitely something that the Celestia probably didn't thought was going to happen with the Gnosis, because every single Archon was supposed to hold on onto their own Gnosis and not give them all to one person. But I'm pretty sure at some point there's going to be something with Celestia. We're going to probably see another Divine Retribution at some point. Summon courage, resolute with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Maybe. But, I'm just gonna ask not to talk too much about stuff that I don't necessarily know. I'm probably gonna learn all of this eventually. For now, I haven't gone farther than what Fontaine has told me. Yeah, but I don't necessarily think that the Gnosis is part of... I think the Gnosis is from power descended from Celestia, though. I don't think it's from a descender, because they did say that all the descender there has actually been like 3 or 4 descender. Squirk was the first, and the Traveler was the 3rd one, or something like that. Because I do know that Squirk was the first descender. I just don't know who was the... Or maybe it was the sister that was the first descender. But anyway. There hasn't been that many descender. But I'm pretty sure the Gnosis is actually power from Celestia. Drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
No, because I'm thinking about it technically, there is also something to be said about the special like elite mages or something like that. Don't remember how they are called, but like Anne and Alice and Mona's master, they do have power that does seem to transcend the power, transcend the actual power from Teyvat. So I don't know where they're getting all their power either. They might be able to tap into the power of Celestia or something. Yeah, the Axian circles. Close politely.
No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want. There is no trouble in this.
Yeah, no, they are all from Teyvat, but their power are scaling way more than what any normal human from Teyvat are doing.
Believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Because technically, Squirk Masters is also from Teyvat. But he tapped into some powers that was beyond the world of Teyvat.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for not take what I said before too seriously. Go now. Do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
And also, do not. There's also the power from the abyss that is something that is not from Teyvat, but is actually also used by some of the characters from Teyvat. It is also something that exists. I just remembered that. Remembered that. I think Tarta is kind of able to use a little bit of the power from the abyss since he spent a lot of time there. Yeah. Well, the original moon, not the fake moon. I don't know that the moon is fake because of my brother that told me that the moon was fake. I think the delusion came from the abyss. They get the power from the abyss. But that I'm not sure of it. I don't think it has been revealed yet from where they get their power. But the abyss does have like a very bad.
I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
I'm just gonna try to concentrate a little bit more on the actual event because I'm kind of curious about this. I am interested in the conversation about the power scaling and stuff like that, but I'm also kind of curious about what's going on with Farina right now.
I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
There you go. And on the bed, she's going to sleep.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, the Opera House for Rena.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
And she's been doing this every
We're
single
detecting
day.
significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Opera House. Still. This fifth scene is the exact same thing. It's been doing the exact same thing for 500 years. Scene. Oh God.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now? I didn't even notice.
Oh, hello, Samer. Is live.
From my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
She's losing it. After 500 years, who could blame her?
So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to
What are you doing, Samer?
anyone about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
And this is the scene. Farina and
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. All Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's Maya. This scene from when where we were reading the giant magic box. This is great! I didn't think that this scene would replay in our inner world. Suddenly I found out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish.
So she wasn't gonna confide in the end.
But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
And there you go. It was the moment.
I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
And this is what I thought.
Fine.
And yep, you were right about it. He didn't apologize. Well, to this point, I'd say...
Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice. have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice.
I'm gonna pause for a little bit because I just thought of something that I wanted to add about your comment about wanting to burn travelers at the stake. I will be honest, I wanted to burn him because of how he treated everyone else that was related to the Harbinger. Mostly how he treated Linné and Lynette. And how he still seems to treat every single Harbinger like they are the enemy of the entire world, even though they have knowledge of Tartaglia, which is one of the Harbinger, and isn't as bad as the other one that he met before. He met one Harbinger that was the worst to Venti because she was excessively mad at Venti, specifically for some reason. For her own reason. And after that single encounter, and the fact that the first kingdom they went to was Mondstadt that was extremely against the Harbinger, he made his entire he made his entire opinion of the Harbinger as they are all extremely evil out of it. Tartaglias did something that was very bad, yes, but it wasn't his first option. He first thought of trying to find a way to get the Gnosis without sacrificing anyone. But when he couldn't do it the way he wanted to do first, he then went for the more violent option. Because he didn't have any other plan. He had that one plan, and if that plan didn't work, he needed to go with the more violent one. Also, I'm sorry, Samers is alive. If you're still there, I didn't give you any attention, that much attention when you arrived because I was in the middle of the. No, I'm not. I'm talking about the one on YouTube right now. There was someone on YouTube, but yeah, I already hate the way the Travelers act towards every single Harbinger. They are not all evil, but they act like they are. Dottore is a pretty like gray area of them. He did some very bad stuff, and he's extremely well. He's not gray actually. He's just extremely selfish. He's extremely selfish. The first one, Signora, is just extremely mad at Venti specifically. She never did anything bad to Zhongli. She didn't do anything bad to Raiden Hay. Wanderer was just... Well, he acted like a brat. Because he is a brat. And Tartar, like I said, he did care first to try and find a way to make sure that nobody died, but it didn't work, so he went for the violent option after. He wasn't bad. He's just extremely... he just wanted to follow the orders of the Tsaritsa. He was just following orders. Basically. But we can see in how he treats his brother, and how he always tried to find a way to make sure that his family stays safe, even though he's working with the Harbinger. He doesn't have any pride in the fact that he's in the working as an Harbinger, but he had to do it. And also, I do know that Capitano is also extremely good as an Harbinger as well. The Knave has shown that she was relatively good. She has her own she has her own ambition. But our ambition was mostly to try and find a way to save Fontaine. She wanted to make sure that everyone in Fontaine was safe. So she's also one that is not bad. So I hope that at some point he start treating the Harbinger a little bit better. Because they are not all bad. It's not the evil incarnation.
But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return
now that I think about it. You know your theory about the Gnosis? Actually, I do have a better one. And I think it was actually explained by Nuvalet himself. The Gnosis is supposed to be a representation of the powers of the dragons, the elemental dragons. So the animal Gnosis is supposed to be for I don't remember the name of the animal dragon, and the one that Farina, well, Focalor has, is supposed to be the one that Nuvalet that does contain a fraction of the powers of Nuvalet. Yeah, Devalin.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Udex Nervilette, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Udex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Fussalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervilette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Udex Nervilette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Yeah, it's still there.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Yeah, there's still a giant hole in the room. Just now.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
And will I have the ability to choose my team before fighting that thing? Oh no! I have to fight it with a team that is extremely bad at dealing with it.
I have already done my best to separate the power of the primordials from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon. I shall look for an opening. Sorrow turning into hostility.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
Here you go. Come on, tell me I can do this. Nope, didn't touch it. Nope. Yeah, okay, I will have to. I will have to. There you go. No, not this one. There you go. Yeah, I know that this is Sotologus shadow. He is, after all, the swell is linked to Sotologus. Yeah, it's linked to Skirk, but Skirk does. Ah, you mean Skirk is there? Why did you throw Tarta in there?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Yeah, I do think she never does mention it specifically, but the Tata did mention that Skirk trained him so that he was going to so he could fight something specifically, and I do think she meant he was supposed to be able to defend Tevat against the Narwhal, or maybe to try and maybe also fight against our master.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring Narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring Narwhal as a
I
pet?
have to agree. It It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative, it eats too much, and I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
So she does think that it looks cute, technically.
I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sir Taloji.
Who? I think knew it.
Unfamiliar with
No, no, it even needed.
Huh.
Well, for me, I
So
do not know
Master
who he
isn't
is.
sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-Daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-Daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either.
Wait,
Suppose
that's
you
fake.
understand now, yes?
She actually has
My
talked to
master is likely
Alice at
similar
some
sort to
point.
Rhine-Daughter.
Oh no, actually,
Although
no.
he
I
seems
think it's
informed
Dory that has
information.
talked to Alice. She has connection to Dory, and Dory has connection to Alice. Well, no, I know Alice isn't Rena de Dory. Alice is not Albedo's mother. It is Chi-Chi. No, not Chi-Chi. Is it Chi-Chi? No, it's not Chi-Chi. What's her name? It's yeah, Klee. It's Klee's mother. Yeah. She's Klee's mother. But yeah. So Rena Dottore, I don't know exactly who this one is, but they did mention it was Albedo's mother. And also, technically, Albedo is not from this world, or is not like. Yeah, it's Albedo's mom.
Wait.
But anyway.
Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
No. It is natural after all. The prophecy will also come true. We knew it and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Okay, the boat!
All hands initiate emergency rescue. Hurry!
They could have made it an actual platform instead of this.
Look, the water's receding.
Oh, it must be so sad. He built such a huge boat and now it's basically useless.
It's a miracle. We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright? We're safe.
The prophecy was wrong.
Now the only thing that will be really missing here, and I'm pretty sure I do say that because I'm pretty sure it didn't happen, would be if Nouvelet willingly gave a part of his power to Farina.
I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
Just imagine what could have happened if it ended up with Nouvelet willingly giving a part of his power to Farina.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
For better tomorrow. Tears among the stars. Did the new boss actually came, or will I have to finish the Archon quest to unlock the narwhal? Don't feel I don't see the narwhal being in the bosses here, so I guess it probably isn't unlocked yet. Oh well. Yeah, I wish I could have went and fight it again. But with my real good team for it. Yeah, the all-devouring narwhal. Isn't that what it's called? In the middle of what? I don't see it anywhere. No, I don't see the narwhal. No, I guess I need to fully complete the Archon quest. I just thought that since I fought the narwhal, it was gonna be I would unlock it right away.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorinde, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him
Especially since she didn't actually fight the god.
Everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
That's not just a few more.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorinde.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
I don't know. She was going.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Well, thankfully, there was always a way for you. No, yeah.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
He should have his tea.
The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Good.
I kind of like the fact that they are. Okay, I was gonna say they're gonna ignore us for long.
I'm fine with anything, but I would prefer chocolate should you have it.
All right, leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did.
I wasn't expecting such a long combo in between them.
Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
Yeah, a very long discussion. Where is Child now that I think about it? Don't tell me he doesn't appear anymore. I want to see him more. Where's Child? No! I wanted to see more of Child. God damn it. Oh, that's sad. They really did him dirty.
Wow.
Yeah, I hope he's back in Shnezhnaya.
There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
I hope he's back in Shnezhnaya. His whole personality is that he loves the Tsaritsa. Well, love. He adored the Tsaritsa. All that he's doing it because he has faith in the Tsaritsa. And he also loves his family. So I hope for God that they are not gonna screw his character even more in Shnezhnaya. I will say, no matter how much the story quest of Shnezhnaya is gonna be good or not, if they do Tartaglia's the child dirty during that story quest or that Archon quest, if they do him dirty one more time in Shnezhnaya, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm really gonna be pissed. I really hope they don't do him dirty again. In Shnezhnaya.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Dude, did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
She doesn't know how to squeeze opportunities for all their worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Well, I did say from the very beginning that people, I don't know if I did say it on stream, but I did think when I first started exploring the region of Fontaine that everyone seemed extremely extravagant and kind of stupid as well in their own way. They are very good researcher, but they are extremely stupid in the way they're doing their research.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
So I'm not even
Same old, as you can see.
surprised that they didn't even say
Fontaine's
sorry
undergone
to
some
the
changes, but its
actual
place is
Archon.
still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
You're gonna you actually tell me that we're not gonna go and talk to Farina anymore?
Anyway, regarding that Harbinger...
So we're just gonna think of her in this Archon quest as, well, we let her cry, and we don't care, we're not gonna go and see how she's doing now. Is that it? We're not even gonna go and talk to her and see how she's doing now that everything has been settled down?
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone!
This is so stupid.
Photo shoot's done.
This is so stupid.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then.
These people are the worst.
All right, last stop, the docks.
These people are the absolute worst.
No time to lose.
The finale. We're not even saying. We're not even saying goodbye to the one that came to us to greet us at our arrival. We're not even giving her the time of saying her goodbye. A brief goodbye is not enough.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Or trick a friend.
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Well, in that case, it's not even an Archon quest anymore.
Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over?
At this point, I think if the Archon is not present anymore for the rest of the Archon quest, it then becomes an asshole quest. How much of an asshole can we be?
Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
Doing alright.
She says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Well, they don't need a nose anymore. They don't have an Archon anymore.
First myself, but when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit
It's not. She's not the first one to do it.
I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I think the nose
I
is
suspect
empty.
You'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
Yeah, what about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddy.
True. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
Hey,
So
come on!
shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
I'm pretty sure the reason...
Always done.
I'm pretty sure why the reason why the Tsaritsa is trying to get out of the Gnosis is probably to try and confront the Heavenly Principle. She must be trying to confront the Heavenly Principle. And she needs all the power she can get for it.
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Hey, somebody go and make somebody go and make Nuvalet cry so that she couldn't continue her walk.
I didn't even dare.
What a jackass move.
Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
You already have one.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Neverland's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Oh, yeah. It is still very sad, though, that we are not gonna go and see Farina for the rest of the quest. If this is really the case, though, I think I still... Because my favorite Archon quest initially was the one in Inazuma. It was a very long one, but it was one of my favorites still. And... I think this one is good. I won't deny it, this is a very good Archon quest. But I don't think I'm gonna put it at on top of the pedestal. I think I'd probably put it at like number 3. Number 1 for me is probably gonna be Nezuma. I think it's a very underrated Archon quest. And after that, I think it's either gonna be either Mondstadt, because it is a very like kind of heavily storied one. I also very much like Venti. Or Liyue. This is probably gonna be at the bottom. It's not a bad quest, but it's just the entire part in this city. It takes too long. It's either I put Fontaine at number 2 or number 3. Wait, what am I doing? There you go. I'm just gonna switch to this team for Varisa's running speed.
Running late again.
Hup.
Burn it down.
Boom. But I'm not done yet with the quest.
Hurry up, Grassa.
The entrance to the fortress. Ooh,
Sorry, Momo, but I'm still not done with the quest.
So you really are here, Neuvillette. Hyna didn't think you
Maybe after the stream. No. The stream is gonna be ending in 12 minutes approximately.
Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Hyna's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Or deceive the heavenly principle and use Furnace and this performance to save Fontaine.
So that's what happened?
I only saw Furnace part myself.
Destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Yeah, the Fontaine are finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
I'm pretty sure though that Neuvillette must have apologized to Furina behind the scenes though.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Not even a single question about Furina!
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, The two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations! Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
I think it was the second option.
Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
There you go.
Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel.
There you
In
go.
truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalors the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalors passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
And throw Child in jail every single time he comes to trial.
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Iudex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I don't think I'm gonna...
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume? I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Nation of dragons?
But there's not that many dragons there.
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer.
I think the war he's referring to is probably the war with the Abyss.
They're doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I don't know what question.
Hold on a sec. Paimon still got a question about the Gnosis.
We already asking you.
To Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Ah, so you were right
According
about
to your
it.
parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
You were right about that. I thought this was the supposed to be the representation of the power of the
her gnosis to me.
Archon.
But I fear I have never
The
heard it
dragons.
described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
You just don't care.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
She mentioned one of them. I am the fourth descender. One of that gnosis are related to this descender, and then two are... And one, the gnosis are related to descender, and two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Yep.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy.
Oh, so now the Traveler's existence is just creepy to you.
Third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
So is that the end of the Arkham quest, or is there one more? New quest, Cold Case Commission. Go there and talk to Cataline. Chapter 4, Act 5. Okay, yeah. Yeah, just getting some question. What? Huh? Why in Sumeria? So am I just completely done with the Archon quest here? It can be, because I still don't have the or maybe it's because I need to go inside again. Let's see if I go back in. Nope, doesn't seem to have anything. I cannot fight the narwhal yet. And I have a weird quest that asks me to go back to Sumeru for some reason. Which is curious. There you go. Wait, why? Why Mun's that though?
Running late again.
Add Astra at.
There
Thank
you go.
You for Add Astra.
And there you go. Boom. Boom. But anyway, I guess this is gonna be all for today. I don't know if I'm actually done with the Archon quest. I still didn't unlock any of the boss battle. So wait, is that the? Yeah, that's the narwhal. The narwhal is right there. Just didn't realize I didn't unlock it. Does that also mean that I have unlocked the fight against the other Archon? Not the other Archon, but the Harbinger? I don't think I did. Yeah, the narwhal is right there. The fifth character in Genshin is the child. Yeah, I'm gonna go and fight this thing again. Because I want to fight it with my real good team.
Start the clock! Drop your weapons!
Might have been a little bit too early for this.
Light it up! Oof! Heads up! Yeah! Hero incoming! Yeah! Yeah!
God damn it. Yeah, I was way too early for this.
Stop right there! Controlled breathing! Burn it down! Light up the blazing
Boom. And there you go. Boom.
It's justice o'clock!
You know what? To fight it and kill it before the actual phase. There you go. Let's see. Now I can get those. Oh, yeah, I can show you my Verisa stat before leaving. Those are my Verisa stat. She needs a little bit more crit rate, obviously. But the real power for my Verisa comes from this. This is where all our power comes from. Ah, there you go. Boom. But yeah, I'm probably gonna be done for today. Yeah, I have C6 Verisa. I'm probably gonna be done for today. I don't really have time to start the next part of the Archon quest. I don't know if I'm actually done with it. Normally there's supposed to be like 6 parts to the Archon quest. But doesn't seem to have the 6th part available for me now, I suppose. So I don't know if I'm gonna do another stream on Genshin soon or not. Next stream is probably gonna be on what's the time? Wednesday? It's supposed to be on Wednesday, and it's probably gonna be on Fire Emblem or something. I'm gonna try to find something else to replace one of the 2 games that I finished recently. And yeah, I hope you like it. For those on Twitch, don't hesitate to go on my YouTube channel to look at a stream that you've missed. And I'm gonna see you next time, and ciao!